Good morning, Chair Stefan. Just wanted to let you know that we're ready to go.
We are ready to go. Okay. I don't have a gavel, so I'll clap my hands. And the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees is now called to order at, I believe it's 9:32 a.m. You may join today's meeting in person at a limited capacity via Zoom webinar or watch the live stream from the College of the Desert YouTube channel. These links are accessible by visiting the College of the Desert homepage. And at this time, before roll call is taken, I need to announce that Trustee Oden alerted me of his need to participate remotely today under the Just Cause provision of the amended Brown Act requirements. Unfortunately, he is ill and is determined it is best that he participate remotely today. We hope you feel better soon, Trustee Oden. And of course, everyone can see I'm also participating remotely under the same Just Cause provisions. I'm also ill this morning, but will do my best to stay on. If there are any issues, I will turn the meeting over to our Vice Chair, Trustee Gonzalez. And President Hope, please proceed with the roll call.
Student Trustee Zarco.
Present.
Trustee Oden.
Present.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Present.
Trustee Perez.
Here.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Good morning, present.
Trustee Stefan.
Present. At this time, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. And if I could have Trustee Perez, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Please stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Trustee Perez. Agenda. Pursuant to Government Code Section, let's see if I can get this thing to work here. Section 54954.2B2, the board may take action on items of business not appearing on the posted agenda upon a determination by a 2/3 vote of the board. If fewer than 2/3 of the members are present, a unanimous vote of those present determined that there is a need to take immediate action and that the need for action came to the attention of the local agencies subsequent to the agenda being posted as specified. Confirmation of agenda. I have two changes to the agenda of the board needs to consider. First, on Wednesday, October 18th, the district received an email from the Association of Community College Trustees calling for members to consider serving on the ACCT board committees. The deadline to submit interest forms is on November 1 of 2023. In order to accommodate ACCT's timeframe, I'm requesting the board add action item 12.01, approve a letter of support for Dr. Bonnie Steffen to be nominated to an Association of Community College Trustees committee. Second, our presenter for study session item 19.01 is under a strict time constraint today. Therefore, I'm also requesting the board approve to hear item 19.01 beginning at 11:30 a.m., regardless of where we are in the agenda. Are there any other additions, corrections, or deletions to the agenda for October 20th, 2023? Where am I? Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So move.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was moved by Trustee Perez and seconded by Trustee Oden. Could we have a roll call vote, President Hope, please?
Student Trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. And that brings us down to public comments. 3.01, request to address the Board of Trustees regarding regular agenda items. Remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record. or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link. Pursuant to district administrative procedures 2345, each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of the majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. Let's see if I can do this. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding regular agenda items. An opportunity to address the board on matters not related to the agenda will be available during item 20.01 of today's agenda. Armando, are there any public comments that we have received?
Trustee Stefan, there's no public comments at this time regarding the regular agenda items.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will move on to public updates. 4.04 is a proclamation, Undocumented Student Action Week. President Hope, could you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Yes, it would be my pleasure to do so. Thank you, Chair Stefan. This whole week, we've been focused on Undocumented Action Week. The center, the Dreamers Resource Center, has offered a variety of activities this week that support our students who need this help and this guidance. So I'm really proud of how engaged the college has been in supporting the student population. And at this time, I'd like to introduce Counselor Victoria Bautista, who will introduce our student reader.
Good morning, Board of Trustees, President Hope, and everyone here today. The green? Yeah. Okay.
Great.
So yes, my name is Victoria Bautista Jimenez, and I'm a proud daughter of immigrants, a first-generation college student, now turned counselor, builder, and advocate. I am humbled and honored to stand on the shoulders of giants who have sacrificed, endured, and persisted towards a better life and dream. Throughout this week, we have had events, activities to shine, to empower, to lift up, and to celebrate the voices and stories of our undocumented students and their families. I am accompanied today by Diego Hernandez Mancilla. Diego is a construction management and business major. He is interested in transferring to a university after graduating from College of the Desert and is eyeing Cal State San Bernardino. He aspires to have his own construction company and go into business with his dad. Diego is also our student worker at the Dreamer Resource Center, where he contributes to cultivating and a welcoming and fun environment for our Dreamer Resource students. We're happy and fortunate to have him.
Okay, the proclamation on Undocumented Student Action Week. Whereas more than 2 million undocumented immigrants of all nationalities and backgrounds call California home, including more than 164,000 deferred action for childhood arrival DACA recipients, and whereas California has uplifted and empowered undocumented immigrants to seek a better life by providing access to public services and extending protections through sanctuary laws, and whereas undocumented immigrants have historically faced racism, poverty, language, and other barriers restricting access to higher education, limiting their abilities to find better work and provide for their families, and whereas AB 540 expand opportunities for a college education and reduce opportunity gaps for undocumented students by removing the burden and out-of-state tuition, and whereas the California Community College and committed to serving all students regardless of their immigration status and providing them with the support, resources, and opportunities to pursue their educational goals. And whereas rising political tension and antagonistic view regarding immigrants spurred the creation of an annual California community, College Undocumented Students Action Week, USA, focused on advocating for resources to better support our undocumented students. And whereas the 7th annual USA will bring us together, undocumentation Dreamer Liaison AB 1645 administrator, faculty, and student across 116 colleges to engage in state, federal, and local action to support undocumented students in their goal of earning a college education. And whereas collective budget and legislative advocacy during USA has led to funding for undocumented resources center and undocumentation, the creation of the Immigration Legal Services Project, the expansion of AB 440 eligibility and protection of DACA. And whereas this year's USA will focus on building board awareness about the ways in which institutional, state, and national leader can continue supporting undocumented students and fulfill spirit of AB 540. And student, faculty, administrators, and staff and undocumentation will also engage in a joint advocacy effort to urge Congress to adopt comprehensive immigration reform and implement greater educational support for undocumented students. And whereas the California Community College must continue to combat persistent inequalities among this underserved population, develop pathways for foster access, equity, and inclusion, and advocate fiercely for the necessary political and resources. Now therefore be it proclaimed, for College of the Desert relentlessly support college access, inclusion, community, and success for all undocumented students, and be it further resolved that the College of the Desert, all faculty, staff, administrators, and students to celebrate the significance of AB 540 in empowering undocumented students to pursue a college education, and be it further resolved, the College of the Desert will participate in Undocumented Student Action Week and cultivate policies, producers, and best practice to support undocumented students in their pursuit of a college education. And be it further resolved that College of the Desert calls on Congress to adopt comprehensive immigration reform and provide financial resources for undocumented students through budget reconciliation.
I want to thank you, Diego. You
Thank
did
you.
an excellent job on reading that. That was extremely difficult to read. I would have been struggling myself. So thank you very much. If I were there, it'd be a standing ovation. And Victoria, thank you so much for bringing him forward to read that for us. Again, thank you so much, Diego. You did a great job. And now we'll go on to 4.05, Proclamation of National Native American Heritage Month. Before we read this proclamation, I believe President Hope has a brief update on some related upcoming plans for the college. President Hope, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Stefan. I believe it's important that we highlight some of the ongoing work that's occurring at the college as it relates to cultivating our relationships with our Native and tribal partners. Before next calendar year, this proclamation will undergo some revisions that will incorporate the combined efforts of our internal diversity committee, along with input from our Native American partners at the California Indian Nations College, and also the Cahuilla Tribal Council. Recently, the College Planning Council approved a first reading of a land acknowledgement statement that will codify the college's commitment to recognizing the indigenous history and current impact of the Cahuilla and other Native people in the Coachella Valley. In addition, the college is continuing to seek ways to improve and expand its relationships and partnerships with our Native American communities, as well as exploring opportunities to show our support in much more prominent and public ways. We're excited to continue these efforts, and I want to personally thank the Diversity Committee for taking charge of some of those efforts as it relates to our land acknowledgement, and we look forward to bringing that to the board. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Carlos Maldonado, Interim Dean of Enrollment Services, who is going to introduce our student reader.
Good morning. Thank you, President Hope. Madam Chair, board members, President Hope, Executive Cabinet, and guests. I have the honor of introducing the reader of the Desert Community College District Proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month, Domino Perez. Domino is a native from Cahuilla. He is currently in his first year at the California Indian Nations College, and his biggest goal in education is to become a tribal lawyer to better Indian country and to spread awareness of Native issues. Domino is 19 years old and is a descendant from two bands of Cahuilla, the Cahuilla Band of Cahuilla Indians and the Agua Caliente Band of Cahuilla Indians. Please help me welcome Domino Perez to read the Desert Community College District's proclamation for National Native American Heritage Month.
Miahue Netoyo Domino Perez, Neki Nonke Antoinette Perez, and Naheng Kuya Nach. Hello, my name is Domino Perez. My wife, Antoinette Perez, I brought her along with me, and I'm from Kuya. Proclamation National Native American Heritage Month. Whereas our nation is inextricably linked to the history of the indigenous Native Americans who first inhabited this great land, and whereas their history speaks to us through the names of our cities, lakes, rivers, and whereas California Governor Gavin Newsom, my cousin, issued a state proclamation declaring November as Native American Heritage Month in 2021. And whereas College of the Desert celebrates Native Americans with growing community partnerships and commitment to continue supporting the educational and overall success of our Native American students, families, and community members. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees, faculty, staff, and students recognize and appreciate that many lasting contributions of Native Americans, and it be further proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College is pleased to acknowledge the month of November as National Native American Heritage Month. Achama. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful reading. And we'll be working on that to make it even better for futures. So, Carlos, thank you for introducing Domino. And let's see, we're now to 4.01, Proclamation for the Veterans Military Families Awareness Month. President Hope, could you please help us introduce our reader for this proclamation?
Thank you, Chair Stefan. Yes, it's my pleasure to introduce Carrie Tate-Meyer and Donnie Prince, both superheroes who support our veterans here at College of the Desert. And they're going to introduce our student reader.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Trustee Stefan, Trustee Gonzalez, Trustee Kenneman, Trustee Perez, Trustee Odin, and Student Trustee Zarco, Superintendent President Hope, and our executive leadership. My name is Carrie Tate-Meyer, and I'm the Director of TRIO Veteran Student Support Services. And with me is Donnie Prince, our Veterans Resource Center Resource Specialist and VA Certifying Official. It is our distinct privilege and honor to introduce to you our student speaker. She is a retired United States Air Force Chief Master Sergeant who served 38 years of distinguished service. She is currently working on an associate's degree in criminal justice. She's a VA student worker, She is mentor mom to the veteran students here on COD campus, is a mom to an Air Force reservist, and holds the distinct and most important title of Grammy D to two wonderful granddaughters. I would like to introduce to you Miss Debbie McWan.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Proclamation National Veterans and Military Families Month. Whereas in 1921, an unknown World War I American soldier was buried in Arlington National Cemetery. This memorial took place on November 11th, with similar ceremonies occurring earlier in England and France, where unknown soldiers were buried, giving universal recognition to the celebrated ending of World War I fighting at 11 a.m., November 11th, 1918, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. That day became known as Armistice Day. And whereas Armistice Day officially received its name in America in 1926 through a congressional resolution, it became national holiday 12 years later by similar congressional action, with the idealistic hope that World War I was the war to end all wars. However, a few years after the holiday was proclaimed, war broke out in Europe, where 16.5 million Americans took part. 407,000 of them died in service, and more than 292,000 in battle. And whereas, despite the first celebration using the term Veterans Day occurred in Birmingham, Alabama in 1947 on November 11th, designated as Armistice Day, in 1954, Congress passed the bill that President Eisenhower signed proclaiming November 11th as Veterans Day. And whereas National Veterans and Military Families Month has been observed in the United States since 1996 by the Armed Services YMCA, with the United States government recognizing the occasion every year as hundreds of thousands of service members are deployed overseas, and recognizing the daily sacrifices made by active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve families. And whereas College of the Desert offers opportunities for our veterans and their families at the Veterans Resource Center to gather and connect and find educational and social services. And whereas the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District reminds everyone that this is the time to thank those who served our country in and outside the uniform. Visit war memorials with your family to educate the value of service and participate in on-campus veteran activities throughout the month of November. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Trustees of the Desert Community College District hereby declares November 2023 as National Veterans and Military Families Awareness Month at the Desert Community College District. The Board of Trustees encourages all faculty, staff, and students to promote and join the observances throughout the Desert Community College, the city, the state, and our nation.
Chair Stefan, you are muted on Zoom.
Do that again. I want to thank Deborah for reading that and sharing that information with us. I'd also like to thank Carrie and Donnie for your service to our Veteran Service Center. And Deborah, I'd like to thank you for your service to your country and your community. So thank you so much. And now we'll move into 4.02, Award for Construction Safety Presentation. President Hope, please help us welcome our presenter for this item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Stefan. As many of you know, we have a lot of construction projects going on with College of the Desert at various locations, and safety as it relates to those projects is very important, and I think this award illuminates that. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Brent Chavez with Keenan and Associates to present the award.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Brent Chavez. I work with the district on multiple insurance levels with property liability, workers' compensation, as well as the construction insurance that I'm here happy to present to the board today. So on behalf of the Board of the Board of Directors for the statewide educational wrap-up program, which is also known as SOUP for short. We want to thank you for allowing me to present this quick presentation. The district utilizes SOUP for the Indio Campus Child Development Center project. So SOUP is a comprehensive owner-controlled insurance program that is specifically designed for schools' insurance projects. So since the start of the $15.7 million project that you guys had going on, safety was always a priority. So the strong safety efforts resulted in outstanding safety performance. This project experienced only one workers' compensation claim, no general liability claims, no builder's risk claims. Just to put that in perspective as to the general industry, the construction industry on average, the workers' compensation loss ratio is about 60%. So it's a big kudos to the safety efforts of this project. So on behalf of the Board of Directors of the statewide educational wrap-up program, I'm proud to present these safety awards to Desert Community College District, Moss Companies, Inc., and Erickson Hall Construction Company. And I believe I saw Mac in here. So I got your plaque here, and I don't think Erickson Hall is here, but this is for the district here, so. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chavez, and I believe that we want to get some pictures taken. Is that
Brooks, do you wanna
correct?
Take some photos with the governing board?
Yes, with those that are present, if we could do that. And Mr. Chavez, and our president of our college. Everybody over there by the flag, maybe? Oh, here we go. That looks like that's going to be a great picture, and I want to thank Moss and Erickson and congratulate you, and thank Mr. Chavez again from Keenan, and thank the board and the president for getting that done. And at this time, we'll go into the minutes. This is 5.01, approval of September 15th, 2023 regular meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the regular meeting minutes of September 15th of 2023?
I
I can't see the board, so I'm assuming there aren't any. If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. And now we'll go to 5.02, approval of the September 15th, 2023 special meeting minutes. Are there any additions, corrections, or deletions to the special meeting minutes of September 15th, 2023? Not seeing any. If there are no corrections to the minutes, they stand approved as presented. At this time, we're going to move into the reports, and we're going to start off with, let's see, Associated Students of College of the Desert. It says there's no report for this month.
Trustee Stefan, we actually have
Is
Kelly
that correct?
Merchant here to give an oral report.
Oh, great. So Kelly, if you could go to the microphone, I'd appreciate it. I'd love to hear your report. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much, and I apologize for not submitting that report in advance. It's been very busy, but yes, thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. This past month has undoubtedly been a whirlwind of activities. Our focus has been dedicated to enhancing ASCOD's visibility, and I'm pleased to share our progress with you. With the aid of Danny, Anna, and Myelina at the Office of Student Life, we successfully organized and executed 3 significant events. First, we orchestrated Club Rush, where approximately 15 clubs were showcased, fostering a sense of community and engagement. During the same week, we introduced Spirit Week, featuring themed days to build excitement in school spirit in anticipation of the homecoming game. The week kicked off with Crazy Sock Day and culminated in COD Spirit Day, during which participants were included in an opportunity drawing as a token of appreciation for their engagement. On Monday, the 16th, ASCOD joined forces with the Financial Aid Department for a Lunch and Learn session. Our student trustee, Isaac Sarko, and the ASCOD Resource Lunches Committee orchestrated this informative event with valuable support from the Office of Student Life, all with the objective of equipping students with essential information of the financial aid assistance. Currently, our team is diligently planning COD Horror Nights, a Halloween-themed event. We are collaborating with pledged students for volunteer support and extending invitations to various clubs to participate in the event. Mark your calendars for Thursday, October 26th from 5 to 8 p.m. as the outdoor amphitheater will be transformed into a haven of Halloween fun, complete with games and tasty seasonal treats. We cordially invite everyone to join us and partake in the festivities. In addition to these events, we are actively working to streamline our operations by implementing regular office hours. Each ASCOD member will dedicate 2 weekly hours to maintaining an open door policy as ASCOD in the ASCOD office, ensuring we are readily available to assist all students. This initiative is being organized by one of our independent senators, Kiara Thomas. Lastly, ASCOD is committed to supporting the OER ZTC movement. Our Officer of Academic Affairs, Madigan Escobar, and Independent Senator Denzel Garcia will be the ASCOD liaisons for the OER ZTC committee, with the goal of recognizing and appreciating professors who are currently pioneers of these invaluable resources. We are proud to be working together with the college to combat the textbook cost epidemic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful report. I'm always glad to hear what's going on with our students at the college. Next, College of the Desert Foundation, Kathy Abbott, Foundation Executive Director.
Okay, I'm actually smiling behind my mask. And my glasses are fogging up. All right, so good morning, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee Zarko, and Superintendent President Hope. We have some great news about the Great Alumni Hunt. The Great Alumni Hunt kicked off with a lot of excitement and enthusiasm on September 29th. We are now in week 3, and we have found, well, actually, I'm not going to say myself, our teams have found well over 1,000 College of the Desert alumni. We hope that you have seen billboards around the valley, commercials on KESQ, or ads in the Desert Sun promoting the Amazing Race style event. 20 College of the Desert student interns, their community leaders, and faculty and staff have been posting on every social media platform to earn points, provide recognition, and show some love for our generous sponsors. During week 2, LinkedIn activity was up over 700%. On October 25th, our culminating event at Acrisure Arena will celebrate the hard work of our students and their team leaders. We anticipate at least 1,200 COD fans filling seats to celebrate our quest to welcome former students back to COD and once again engage them with our beloved college. During the first intermission, we're going to post a QR code on the Jumbotron to see who else is attending the game and completed at least one College of the Desert, one class at College of the Desert. This could turn our existing leaderboard upside down. So during the second intermission, we're all going to go down onto the ice to recognize and thank our sponsors. We're going to play our promotional video and announce our scholarship winners. Fundraising tickets are available online, so we hope that you will consider purchasing a few, which will support our Fund for Student Success and join us for this valley-wide celebration of College of the Desert. I would like to once again thank our sponsors who helped to make the event visible and successful: Eisenhower Healthcare, Jordan Schnitzer and the Harold and Arlene Schnitzer Care Foundation, Amazon, Renova Solar, the Desert Sun, Toyota of the Desert, KESQ, First Bank, Valley Sanitary District, and Visit Greater Palm Springs. We have also captured data of 124 alumni who indicated that they are interested in returning to COD to finish their studies. Stepping Out for COD, I have some very exciting news to share about this year's Stepping Out for College of the Desert. The committee has decided to make one big change, and that is we are going to move the event from the traditional McCallum Theater to the show at Agua Caliente Casino. We love the McCallum and their staff. They are incredibly gracious to us. However, for this year only, we wanted to freshen up the event and find space with larger seating capacity. We're also excited to announce that we are confirming Leanne Rhymes as our entertainer for the April 4th, 2024 performance. Leanne Rhymes began as a country singer, but quickly crossed over into pop and other musical genres. She sold over 48 million records globally, won 2 Grammy Awards, 3 Academy of Country Music Awards, and at the age of 14, she won the Best New Artist, making her the youngest solo artist to take home a Grammy Award. Program support. We are happy to inform the board that the Richard Brooke Foundation has continued their annual grant of $200,000 to support the EDGE Pledge program. Melinda Drickey and her board of directors continue to see the valuable impact that their contributions are making on the lives of thousands of College of the Desert students. And then finally, I am sure you are all well aware of the recent gift of $3.5 million, which came in from the estate of Peggy Cravens. In total, this brings her legacy gift to $3.85 million to College of the Desert. A check presentation celebration is being planned for November 8th, 2023 at 4 p.m. in front of the Donald and Peggy Craven Student Services Building. We wish Peggy was here to celebrate with us, but we know she is here with us in spirit and cheering on College of the Desert students. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And we want to thank all of the donors and all the people that are participating in the great alumni hunt. It really sounds exciting, and I see it every morning on the news, and I tune it in. So I want to thank you for all the work on that. College of the Desert Alumni Association, I have down there's no report at this time, no written report. I don't know if anybody is in the audience.
Yes, that's correct, Chair Stefan.
So we'll move on. But thank you to all the alumni that are participating in that hunt. California School Employees Association, CSEA, Keith Prouty, CSEA Interim President. Are you
Chair
there?
Stefan, so Keith Prouty wasn't able to join us today, but he did provide a written report, which has been included in the agenda.
Okay, so we'll all read that and keep abreast of what's going on with our California School Employees Association. And College of the Desert Adjunct Association, CODAA. Kathy Levitt, the president, is she here?
Yes,
I see
she
there's a
is here.
written report as well. Okay.
I'm all
Good
right
to see
here.
you, Kathy.
Good to see you also. Madam Chair, trustees, Madam President, CODA is pleased to announce that Both the tentative agreements for this negotiation cycle have been ratified by membership. But with that said, CODA would remind the board and leadership that our current CBA expires on July 1st of this year. Actually, I guess it's June the 30th that it expires. And CODA desires to have the negotiations complete before the new contract, complete the new contract negotiations before that date, so that for once we could seamlessly transition without a lot of fuss and commotion over the retroactive issues hanging over our heads and yours. There's been discussion in the Senate regarding offerings of independent study options to students in response to AB 130, and CODA reminds the district that this would be a change in working conditions, not yet addressed, although we did start talking about it on Wednesday. And both CODA and CODFA CBAs would need to be renegotiated on that item. There are several exciting adjunct developments. First of all, for the first time in my experience, and I've been here for 1,000 years, of course, Human Resources is going to hold an adjunct faculty orientation, live and in person. And CODA will have their 30-minute opportunity to welcome new adjuncts as prescribed by our CBA, and this is a first for us also. We would recommend that it might better serve the district and our to hold the orientation earlier in future semesters, but we're grateful that it's happening at all. For the first time in history, this is the second point, the Academic Senate has approved the organization of an all-adjunct subcommittee comprised of adjunct reps from each of the Senate committees and 2 at-large members who are actively involved in our campus community. CODA is fortunate to have, COD is fortunate to have adjuncts who are passionate about supporting achievements for our students and interested and willing to contribute to the growth of the college. This is the product of the persistence and hard work of adjunct Senate reps, Christina Dedeaux and Sarah Gaeti. CODA thanks Senate President Corbin Wild for her participation in this initiative. And as with all good things Senate, nothing would have moved forward without the good auspices of Cheryl Etter. This subcommittee has chosen as their first project updating this adjunct faculty handbook, which hasn't been touched since 2009. And CODA stands prepared to aid in this effort in any way that's deemed appropriate. There are some little glitches surrounding this, but I think we can come to some kind of satisfactory reorganization of the idea. Third point we wanted to make that we think is exciting is that ESLN is instituting a new online training to prepare adjuncts and full-time faculty in the procedure for how and when to submit positive attendance. And positive attendance seems to be a very ethereal kind of a concept here because nobody can give us a list of what departments actually are required to do it. But we're hopeful that that'll come up soon. Anyway, the adjuncts tell us that the ESLN is the only department in which there is a formal procedure and training available to adjuncts, and with this update, it should make it even smoother. CODA thanks Dean Pappas for his leadership in this and hopes that other departments will adopt similar procedures and training to help their adjuncts meet district's expectations. And with that, I say thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for such a nice report. And College of the Desert Faculty Association, CODFA, it says there's a written report submitted. I don't know if anybody's here to.
Yes, that's correct. A written report was submitted.
And there's no one here to give a verbal. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so we'll move on and we will read that report. And the Academic Senate, Dr. Corbin Wild, from the Academic Senate President, if you could come to the podium. I believe you're in the audience.
Good morning, everyone. So
There you are.
Having a good day? Yeah. Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, so at our most recent academic senate meeting, sorry, the feedback is making me bonkers. We engaged, we engaged in a critical discussion surrounding diversity, equity, and inclusion. We proudly and unanimously passed a resolution endorsing the off-cycle hiring of ethnic studies faculty. We wish to express our support for actively pursuing the hiring of new faculty members who specialize in this area, as our students will need these courses in order to fulfill their Area F requirements for CalGETC. I am delighted to report that this resolution received overwhelming support from our faculty, underscoring our commitment to promoting cultural awareness and dedication to student success within our college. I do want to emphasize that these ethnic studies positions are going to be in high demand across the state, and College of the Desert Academic Senate wants to be the first one to grab the best ones. During this reporting period, we also had the privilege of hosting two distinct groups of students who shared their unique perspectives on campus life. Some of our Roadrunner football players expressed their desire for greater faculty interaction and community engagement beyond the classroom. It was really sad, but they did note that some of their classmates and community members are surprised to hear we have a football team at all. And that really broke our heart as a Senate. One of our volleyball players was also in attendance, and she echoed the support she's found in her teammates, but she did wonder how students on campus find companionship if they're not part of an athletic group. These athletes, their enthusiasm and dedication, both academically and athletically, serve as an inspiration to us all, and as a reminder that as a team, we can grow. I'd really like to thank Andre Pacheco, Coach Jack Steptoe, and Angel Mraz for connecting the Senate with these students. Their help was invaluable. In a similar vein, one of our student veterans engaged us in a very productive dialogue. They highlighted the specific challenges they faced during their transition from military service to academic life and their desire for increased community support. She shared a heartbreaking story about how one of her fellow veterans actually dropped out because they couldn't find a place on campus where they felt at home. This underscores the importance of providing tailored support for these deserving student groups, and it's a reminder that we must work harder to ensure their smooth integration into our academic community. Donnie Prince and Carrie Tate-Meyer, who you saw earlier today, are absolute champions for our veterans. They did provide me with some additional resources that I included as part of my written report. That's the homework. Look over those. The student veterans are a very specific type of student and need a specific type of support. We can do better, and I know we will. The conversations with our student athletes and veterans underscore the vital need to strengthen the sense of community on our campus. We must find ways to make our students, no matter what they're participating in on campus, feel connected beyond the classroom and encourage their involvement in extracurricular activities. This, we believe, will significantly enhance our students' overall educational experience and further align with our commitment to a holistic approach to education. Our Academic Senate remains dedicated to advancing the academic and social well-being of our students. We're excited about the journey ahead, including welcoming new ethnic studies colleagues as soon as possible, and our ongoing efforts to enhance a feeling of community presence on campus. Together, students and faculty and all of us, we are going to make a brighter future for COD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I like that brighter future for COD. Everything can always get better. So at this time, we'll move into the governing board. If I could have student trustee Zarko, if you could share your report, please.
Good morning, everyone. Hope you're all doing good, great, fantastic, and all that. So we made it 8 weeks into the semester. I know it's not 16, but halfway is pretty good. And so far, it's been a blast. Midterms are rolling around, workshops and events are occurring consistently, and the progress of the semester has been really smooth. On September 25th and 26th here at the Palm Desert campus, Club Rush was held. As I went from table to table to see the clubs, you can tell how passionate students are for the club they were participating in. The first day, ASCOD was giving out pizza to the students and club members who were at the event, and during the second day, there was a hot dog stand for students to get some food. COD Radio participated and were playing some good music, and overall, the event was a good time. Coinciding with Club Rush, ASCOD held Spirit Week from September 25th to the 28th. The first 2 days were at Club Rush, the third day was at the Lounge of Beeps Cafe, and the final day was held in the amphitheater. ASCOD conducted an opportunity drawing for prizes. Each day, students participated would get a ticket to be entered into a drawing for prizes, and on the last day of Spirit Week, they would be given, whatever they, were awarded with. On the 28th, the football team had a meet and greet and was being held, and it was nice to interact and see who was in the College of Desert football team. I think my favorite thing about Spirit Week was the fact that it coincided with other occurrences. What I also enjoy are, the fairs that are held. On October 4th, there was a transfer fair at the Craven Center, and me being a student who plans on transferring, I had to take the opportunity. I enjoyed connecting with the representatives from each of the CSUs and UCs. I was able to see what they offered and how it can move me to the next step once I'm ready to transfer from College of the Desert. I had a couple conversations with some students about transferring, and we felt that the transfer fair was a good resource for us. Speaking on transfer, I also want to thank Scott Cooper for being a great help on that subject matter for all students. Something that I've been working on for the past month is a series of lunch and learns hosted by ASCOD, as Kelly mentioned earlier. The events are known as ASCOD's Lunch and Learn series. The idea is that there will be 5 lunch and learns throughout this academic school year. While students can get some lunch, they will be presented with a resource or type of involvement here at College of the Desert. I couldn't have set this up on my own though. First, I presented the idea to ASCOD to see if they were interested, and they were. From that, ASCOD created an ad hoc committee to produce these workshops for students. With me chairing the committee and my fellow ASCOD peers, Denzel Garcia, Duan Nunley, Caden Olson, and Madigan Escobar, being members of the committee. Also, Donovan Up, a member of ASCOD, would help with the promotion of the event. We would develop a plan in the Office of Student Life with the help of Danny and Maya would make this plan and vision come to reality. Also, President Hope and Dean Maldonado have been a great help in guiding me on how to host such an event. Our first Lunch and Learn was on October 16th, and the topic was on financial aid, with the director, Milligan, giving the presentation. As of writing this report, the event did not occur, but I was sure that it was going to be a success, and so it was. We were serving 32 students, and from that, all the sandwiches were taken. And during the event, the presentation was very well, presented, and there was questions left and right from students. So it was great to see that it was a good resource there for students to have. As we are in the middle of the semester, I just want to show my gratitude to all those who put a smile on the faces of us students, as the workload might have become too heavy or stressful for some, whether it's from the professors, administration, other students, or even the squirrels outside the dining hall. It means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report, Trustees Zarco. It's great to hear that the student body is so active in trying to meet needs of the students and meet the students where they are. It's really gratifying to hear that. Trustee Oden, your report, please.
Okay. Morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm glad to see that we are expanding on the tribal proclamation. And a shout out to Donnie Prince, who I've known for over 30 years working at College of the Desert. It's good to see she's still working with the veterans. Just an outstanding job. I participated in part of the listening tour at the COD Palm Springs campus, and fellow trustee B. Gonzalez was there along with her daughter. It was a well-attended meeting. Had a meeting with Brothers of the Desert regarding their wellness summit. I will be participating with the wellness summit and the Brothers of the Desert. I attended an AI webinar, and also along with President Hope, attended a meeting with Palm Springs Unified School District where I learned a great deal about middle college, and hopefully President Hope will say a little bit more about middle college and what it means for our future. I also submitted an op-ed to the Desert Sun and hosted a meeting on October the 4th. And I'd like to say a special thank you to Dr. Laura Hope and to Scott Atkins for doing an outstanding job. it was a well-attended meeting. Initially, when the meeting started, we put out 40 chairs, and Terry from Cathedral City said to me that it doesn't look like you're gonna have enough chairs. And she was right. So we put out 40 more, and we still had people standing. So I'm not sure how they counted the meeting, but it was a well-attended meeting, and the community is really excited about the Palm Springs, the Western Valley campus. And it's more than just putting up a building. The participants have invested time and coordination with programs that the community is vested in. It's not just putting up a building and saying, we hope that these people come, but it's actual people in the community working to facilitate that so that to make sure that it does happen. It's not just dependent upon the college. It's dependent primarily upon the community. And that goes for each of the programs that are being offered, and the level of commitment to make sure that it happens. I attended the ACCT conference, met some amazing people. And the value of these conferences is really talking with so many people who are doing such exciting things at the various community colleges all across the country. And it's just so inspiring. The only downside was that I came back with COVID. So, excuse me. That's why I can't be with you this morning. And I have had several meetings with people throughout the Coachella Valley, friends from one end of the valley to the other. And the feedback is really exciting about what's going on in the community. I would like to say one thing, just add one little point of clarification, because some people read the recent op-ed piece and editorial to kind of say that since Dr. Yant has left, things have gotten better, which kind of intimated to some people that he was the problem. But I certainly don't think it was intended that way. I didn't particularly read it that way, but for those people who did, that's a misinterpretation. He certainly was a very solid contributor to the college on so many levels, and not just to the college, but to the Coachella Valley period across the board. So thank you, Dr. Yant, for your service here, and we appreciate you so much. Okay, thank you. And I apologize for being
Okay, thanks so much, Trustee Oden. I know how stressful that must have been to have to give that report with not feeling well. Trustee Kinnaman, if I could have you give your report, please.
Yes, Trustee Stefan, and to both Trustee Stefan and Trustee Oden, I appreciate you participating remotely with us, because I'm sure you would rather be in bed at this time recovering. So thank you for being here, and we wish you a speedy recovery. I too would like to congratulate President Hope for the positive editorial piece on her efforts to connect with the community served by our district. And I echo what Trustee Oden referenced related to Trustee Yant. I did not read that article in the same manner that some may have, I think it was just going back in history and talking about some of the changes that had occurred. And Trustee Young, you were a valued member of this board. One thing that sets us apart from so many community colleges is our donors and our supporters in this community. And so Catherine was up here earlier and she was mentioning a couple of our donors, Melinda Dricky and their foundation donating for the Edge and Pledge program. We all know the Edge and Pledge program and how transformative it's been in Coachella Valley. Another one is the late Peggy Cravens. Don and Peggy was committed for so many decades to this institution and to this valley and to our students. And when you would call on her, she would be there. I only got to meet Don in his final year, but fortunately had an opportunity to develop a good relationship with Peggy. So acknowledging these individuals and thanking them, we need to continue, and we need to continue to foster that in this valley because these individuals are transforming our students' lives. And it does set us apart from other community colleges. They see value in what you do, the faculty, the staff, and they invest here to make a difference because they know what hard work you're doing to try to make a difference. And with that, that will conclude my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Kinnaman. I apologize. Sometimes I can't get that unmute to work right. So I'm a little slow there. But thank you so much for that report, Dr. Kinnaman. And we all really appreciate all the work that all of our members of our community are doing, and as well as the members of our college. Trustee Perez, your report, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I also want to wish yourself and Trustee Oden a speedy recovery. I had the opportunity to attend President Hope's listening session in Coachella at the beginning of the month, and we had great community participation and a lot of great input from instructors.
Perez?
Yes, ma'am. We had a lot of great input from the instructors and
Trustee Perez's report, please. Am I
Hi,
not
Trustee
being
Stefan. Can you
heard?
hear Trustee Perez?
Hello? If we could have Trustee Perez's report.
Yes, Trustee Perez, is your mic on? Or maybe
Okay,
Trustee
something's
Stefan, do you
off
need to
here.
put your volume? Could you check if your volume is up, please?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
While we address the technical difficulty, perhaps Vice Chair Gonzalez could take over the meeting so that Trustee Perez can finish his report.
Sure. As I was mentioning, I had the opportunity to attend President Hope's listening session in Coachella, and we had a lot of great input from various members of the community, leaders in the Eastern Coachella Valley, instructors, students, and it was just it was great for her to, I guess, hear perspective in the Eastern Coachella Valley on what it is that we see for the future of College of the Desert. So thank you, President Hope, for doing that. And I know that you've been getting a lot of great feedback from throughout the community for doing those listening sessions. So we thank you. I also had the opportunity to attend the ACCT conference, and I do want to echo Trustee Odin's comments that these conferences are very informative, and we're able to get a lot of inspiration and take a lot of ideas from different institutions throughout the nation and what their best practices are and stuff that we may be able to model here at our own college. And it was neat to connect with different trustees throughout the United States and the Pacific Islands. I also want to thank our student speakers who spoke today. You all did an amazing job, and I know it takes a lot of guts to go up there and public speak, so we appreciate you all, doing that. And it's one of my favorite things about coming to the meetings. These can get a little, I guess it can get a little long, so it's nice to see different perspectives and our students coming in here and sharing their experiences and what it is that they appreciate about the college.
I'm gonna try.
And what it is that they appreciate about the college. And this morning, when I come into campus, it looked as beautiful as it always does. So I want to thank our maintenance and grounds team for all the great work that they do, as well as, everybody on the CSEA staff, our different instructors, adjuncts, faculty, for all the great work that you all are doing. We're halfway through the semester, 8 more weeks to go. Let's finish strong. The holidays are coming up. Looking forward to that. So, thank you so much.
So good morning again, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I do like to look out and see, faculty and students and whatnot. It really is nice to see all the smiling faces. So I thank you for joining us and being here today. I also was able to attend the listening sessions in Coachella and Palm Springs. And I will share with you that they weren't very different as far as, what the community was asking for. We did have a little more student representation in Coachella than we did in Palm Springs. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, because I did take, notes on the different suggestions they were making, or sharing with us what they really like to see that we are all doing, or actually you who do the work. And it was just, it's always good to be able to be in a space like that and be able to hear the community. Of course, and a lot of us that will sit here will know that when you're out in the community, there's always someone who stops you, right? And says, hey, let me talk to you about, something. So again, it was just a great thing. And I thank you, President Hope, for hosting those. I also had an opportunity yesterday to attend the legislative breakfast for Palm Springs Unified School District. And I loved, just like today, we heard the proclamations being read by students. I really appreciated that Palm Springs Unified had their students pretty much lead the breakfast. And it was great to hear from them and the ones that are like in CTE programs and different pathways. And it made me really happy to know that if any of those students will be coming here to College of the Desert, they will be able to continue their interest, as a lot of our certification programs or whatnot align with their interests. So it was great to be there and just to see the students. Those of you who know that I work with students every day, and that's what keeps the smile on my face all the time, and always invigorates me to fight the good fight. I also want to announce that I was found by Team Abdiel Morales during this great alumni hunt. There was an event that was hosted by Live to Rise, and he did a great job. I was watching him all night. He was working that room. He's like, hey, this is who I am, and here's my card, and did you happen to go to COD, even just take one class? And he was doing a great job. So he found me, and I made sure that some of the folks around me that I know are alumni as well as myself, that we were able to help him out with that. So I do want to appreciate Adiel. I mean, he just did a great job. It's not easy, right? To coach students, especially when you're a little younger. So I just want to, shout out to him for being so awesome and just speaking so well, of the college and his dreams and aspirations. So I'm glad to have been found. Other than that, I just also want to wish, Trustee Odin and Trustee Stefan a speedy recovery. I beat you. I had it a couple months ago. It gave me a nice little shake, but I hope you're all well. Make sure you Uber eat some chicken soup or something to make you feel better. And that's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, I am on again. I think I can hear everybody. So I don't know. That was the weirdest thing I've ever experienced in a long time. But but thank you for those nice words, Trustee Gonzalez. And I apologize that things aren't working better at this end. I do want to share with the community that I attended the ACCT last week, and it was a great meeting. We had a lot of interesting speakers, a lot of new plans from the national level. One of the things that we're going to be trying to work on this year is targeting our African American students, particularly our males, because the population is down in those students since COVID, and it was evidently going down before COVID hit, but it's decreased even more rapidly. So we want to try to figure out what's going on with that, and we're looking at it from a national perspective because it is not just one area of the country that seems to be impacted. It seems to be a universal issue. And so we're trying to look at it universally. And there was a one study session on my first day there that I attended all day with that. And I'll be working with a number of people throughout California and then on trying to get more resources into looking into what we can do to turn that around so that we increase our population of African American students in general. It was a great conference. Unfortunately, as Trustee Odin said, he came back ill. I came back a little ill and progressed to where I'm at now, which is not too great, but trying to make it. I'm not going to give much more of a report because I'm kind of a little dizzy right now. So if I could have the superintendent president, President Hope, if you would provide your report, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wishing you good health, and Trustee Odin, wishing you good health as well. I also attended the ACCT event in Las Vegas last week. Thankfully, I did not get the cooties that my colleagues did. But wanted to just note that a lot of the conversations that we are having locally are very much the same conversations that are happening nationally. How do we support our most vulnerable populations? How do we expand our enrollment? And how do we continuously meet the needs of our creditors? So a lot of themes that reinforce to me that we're on the right track, and a lot of the dialogue that we're having here at College of the Desert. A week ago today, we also had a visit from the new president, Mac Powell of ACCJC. And so he visited us for the afternoon. During that time, we visited culinary, nursing, our pantry, our Pride Center, the Burger Innovation Center, and had presentations from the Senate and the Outcomes and Assessment Committee on student learning outcomes, as well as a presentation from Student Services on EDGE and Pledge. We did all of that in 2 hours. So it was a very zippy afternoon. And President Powell was extremely impressed with College of the Desert. So that's a nice little preview for the commission as we complete our ICER, which is another report. Vice President Martinez Garcia is concluding the drafting process of our institutional self-evaluation report. Thank you, Val, for continuing to work on that and submitting on our behalf. The board will be receiving the final draft very soon, and that will go up to the commission in December. Also wanted to note that the executive team has been working on evaluating possible vendors to support some of our transportation needs that both the board and our student trustee have expressed are high priorities. So as we build out our campus locations, we know it's very important to help our students travel from campus to campus, and we value our partnership with Sunline, but we may need to augment that, and we're currently evaluating some options. More to come on that soon. We are also concluding the work on our educational strategic master plan, which will also be coming to the board. Again, thanks to both Jessica Enders and to Val Martinez Garcia for their leadership on that work. As was mentioned, we've had listening sessions going for the last month, 2 more next week, one in Cathedral City and another in Indio. So look for details about that. And per Mr. Oden's request, wanted to mention that our executive team is meeting with the superintendents of all 3 unified school districts on the 30th to further discuss our dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment efforts. So we're looking to fortify our concurrent enrollment for spring, and then to work through the details of expansion of dual enrollment through a team teaching model. We're also working with the Senate to do a forum on dual enrollment to talk about how the faculty would like to see maybe us do a modification of our model and to proceed in partnership, both the faculty and the administration. And I appreciate the board's ongoing support with those efforts. And then finally, I attended the Palm Springs Unified Breakfast with Trustee Gonzalez. It was a great event. And the community engagement has really stepped up, and I appreciate being able to get to know everybody in our communities in order to serve them better. So thank you, Trustee Stefan.
Thank you for that. Wonderful. At this time, we're going to go into consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda will be considered for approval by a single vote without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed and considered separately in the action agenda. Are there any requests to separately consider any of the consent items?
I have one, Madam Chair.
Yes.
10.2, I believe it's number 1, the Farnsworth Group. And that's the only one. We may consider voting on that one separately, and the rest I'm okay with. I don't have any questions on.
Okay. So we're going to be pulling item 10.2. Unfortunately, we have to pull all of 10.2, and then you can single everything out when we get to that point. Okay. So we're going to pull item 10.2 to be considered separately. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the elimination of 10.2?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I think I heard somebody say second. Okay.
Yes.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda as presented with the having 10.2 pulled to be considered separately. Could we have a roll call vote, please, President Hope?
Student Trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Oden.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis. Not here. Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, and then item 10.2 was pulled from the consent agenda and will be considered as an action item at this time. So we're going to start with that. 10.2 was approval of expenditure contracts, agreements, non-monetary agreements, revenue agreements. Could we have a motion to consider that item?
Madam Chair, just as a reminder, I believe the request was to divide number 1 from the rest of 10.01.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's correct.
so
I apologize, 10.02.
So I need somebody to make a motion with that in it then?
Yes, I
Let's
would
go ahead.
motion, and again, I would ask that it be considered as a separate vote,
Separately.
number 1, yes.
Okay, so we're gonna consider 10.02 as 2 items. One will be part 1 and one will be the rest of 10.02. Is that correct,
Yes.
Carlos? So it'll be 2 separate items.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, and we have a motion. Can we do the motion for both simultaneously, or do we have to have one and then the other?
No, Madam Chair, take each individually.
Okay,
And we
should
will
we
do the
take
number one
one
first.
item, the one that was pulled first, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we're gonna be looking at item 10.02, part 1, the first part of it there. And that is the motion that you're putting on the table. Is that correct, Trustee Gonzalez?
Yes.
Okay, I need a second to that motion so that we can have discussion and consider it.
Second.
Okay, thank you. So it's been moved and seconded that we consider 10.02 item 1. Is there any discussion? Trustee Gonzalez, would you like to speak to that so that?
Yes, so I reviewed the item and I also, reviewed all of the attachments. And I wasn't really clear. I see the service is close to $1 million, but it had a lot of words. It was a long document, but it seems like we're hiring a consultant to consult with consultants to consult. I very unclear as to what the function is that we are purchasing for $1 million. So if anyone could provide some clarity.
So
Trustee
could
Gonzalez?
President Hope?
Madam
Yeah.
Chair, if I can call Mac McGinnis
Okay.
to provide some clarification to the governing board for their discussion.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, board members, President Hope. I believe the one you're talking about is for the Farnsworth Group?
Yes.
So the Farnsworth Group, we've used on several projects here, but on this project specifically, we're hiring them to provide commissioning services for this project. And in order to, we're going after LEED Gold. So in order to do that, you have to bring a commissioning agent on. That's a requirement. And we're bringing them on now because we're setting the standards for the contractors and what they have to, the levels they have to meet to get to this LEED Gold.
But what are they actually doing? Because again, I read it and there was a lot of consulting to consult, to consult, to consult. And I'm like, I'm still, I understand what you're saying and
Yeah.
I heard you say that it's a requirement, but I'm still not
Yeah, the
clear
bulk-
even with the attachments what.
Yeah, the bulk of the work is going to be later when we're actually in construction and we start the commissioning piece of that. But we need them on board now to work with the design professionals to set the standards on what they need to do in commissioning to to meet the LEED Gold standard rating. So we put that in the project documents, so that when it goes out to bid, the contractors know what they have to do.
And maybe perhaps I can clarify too that you're absolutely right, Trustee Gonzalez, that this is a way of a consultant who is providing standards for other people that we're going to hire. And the LEED standard that we're striving for is a sustainability standard for that building that we committed to at the beginning of the project, I believe. And so this subcontractor will provide the standards by which all of our contractors that we hire will then have to build to.
They have to meet those standards, right? And also they will be there to run the commissioning process once it starts. Meaning they'll check the air conditioning systems, pumps, and HVAC systems and stuff that have to meet a certain standards, electrical, all of those.
Okay, well, it sounds like exactly what I read. We can call for the vote, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis.
Thank you so much. Okay, does any other trustee have any questions on that?
I
Seeing
do.
none. If
May I,
oh,
Madam Chair?
okay, I'm sorry.
I just want to ask a
I'm sorry,
clarifying.
go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We just want to ask a clarifying question, maybe for President Hope or for Rod. Is this the $933,000 price? Is this already in the earmark for the campus?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. That LEED certification is valuable to the institution. And so it's also your bond oversight committee needs, they all kind of work together. So it's crucial to make sure that they are following what they said they would do. So it's kind of the linchpin that holds everything together.
Okay. Anything else from any board member? Seeing nothing else, we'll go to a roll call vote. President Hope?
Student Trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Nay.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and that brings us down to the rest of 10.2. If I could have a motion to approve the rest of item 10.2.
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And is there any discussion on anything else in 10.2? Seeing no one's hand or any acknowledgement there, could we have a roll call vote, please?
Student Trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Perez.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And that brings us to action agenda 12.01. Approve a letter of support for Dr. Bonnie Stefan to be nominated to an Association of Community College Trustees Committee. As mentioned during item 2.02, this letter of support is required in order for me to be considered for a committee position with ACCT. Do I have a motion to approve item 12.01 as presented?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Just so everybody knows, these are usually they're 2-year terms, but each year you have to have the letter from the board and reapply, even if it is the second half of the 2-year term of the committee. And that's what this is. So unfortunately, we have to do this again. If there's nothing else, we'll do a roll call vote. President Hope, please.
Student trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Let's see. Now we're down to 13.01, human resources, action items. This is the tentative agreement between Desert Community College District and College of the Desert Faculty Association. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.01 as presented?
So move.
Second.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, if we could have a roll call vote, please, President Hope.
Student trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Odin. Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Thank you. Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis. Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
And that brings us to 13.02, tentative agreement between the Desert Community College District and College of the Desert Adjunct Association. Do I have a motion to approve item 13.02 as presented?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion?
I just want to appreciate Diana Galindo and President Hope for their hard work and, of course, the bargaining unit. So just thank you for holding in there.
Thank you. Any further discussion? President Hope, a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman.
Aye.
Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. And I want to thank you, Trustee Gonzalez, for recognizing the hard work of the negotiators. And I appreciate the goodwill on both sides in order to accomplish these agreements.
Thank you. And that brings us to 14.01, budget revisions. Do I have a motion to approve item 14.01 as presented?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And discussion. Seeing no discussion, if we could have a roll call vote, please.
Student trustee Zarco.
Aye.
Trustee Odin.
Aye.
Trustee Kinnaman. Not present. Trustee Pettis.
Aye.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Stefan.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, and that brings us down to 15, which is a discussion for the Board of Trustees. This is 15.14 is 2x2 meetings, COD and trustees. COD trustees. Before we open up the discussion on this item to the trustees, I'd like to ask President Hope to provide a brief rationale to explain this item. President Hope?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to indicate that Chair Stefan is enthusiastically supportive of us building our community engagement. Part of the way we do that is by connecting regularly with our municipal partners. And so in order to advance the cause of scheduling 2x2 meetings, one of the things that we wanted to put on the agenda is, first of all, a recognition that this is a direction that we want to go, at least on an annual basis, to meet with our municipal partners. We have 6 cities where we have campus sites, and so we're going to start with those 6 cities. Trustee Stefan has asked that I put together a survey for all of the trustees to indicate which of the cities they would like to join part of the 2x2 meetings. I would encourage the trustees, consistent with our training, that they could choose the cities where they have direct constituents that were part of their election district, but they could also choose to participate in areas that were not part of their election district, as the board represents the entire region. So there'll be a survey coming from my office for all of you to rank your preferences so that we can get those meetings started. Chair Stefan?
Okay, do we have any information on each of these cities that we could present at this time or not?
I'll be putting that in the survey, Chair Stefan. So when you get the survey, I'll also be including information about how many students that we have in those communities, some of the things about each campus site in those communities, so that the trustees have a little background when they make those decisions.
Thank you. And does any board member have anything that you'd like to ask about these? I know in the past we've done this a little bit differently. It's been primarily geared to the campus that was going up in that area, but now we're trying to look more at a broader perspective and see what we can do to create goodwill with each of the cities that we have a campus in to start, and then later go into some of the cities or communities that we don't have campuses in, and also have 2x2 meetings to keep those communities abreast of what's going on as well. So does anybody have anything they would like to add to the discussion? Okay. We will be bringing this back after we complete the survey so that we can have a little more formal discussion on that. And hopefully we'll have a better picture on where individuals would like to be a part of the 2x2 to keep the conversation going. Please remember that you're elected in your little district, but you serve the entire community college district. So it isn't critical that you are serving in the district where you were elected. Okay, excuse me. The next item is 16. It's an information item. It's for the Board of Trustees. It is 16.14, Board Self-Evaluation Subcommittee. This item is being brought to the board as an information only. This serves as a reminder to the board that we are going to begin our self-evaluation process, and that a subcommittee, which consists of myself and Trustee Gonzalez, will bring the self-evaluation tool for board approval in November. And I think it's there, you can see that. And Trustee Gonzalez and I will be meeting later to go over this. Then we have excuse me, 16.02 Vision for Success Goals Update. At this time, I'd like to ask President Hope to help us introduce this item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. At this time, I want to make sure that I thank Val Martinez Garcia, as well as our research office led by Oksana, who's at the podium. One of the board's most important responsibilities is to monitor progress, milestones, and improvement efforts. And so I've asked Oksana to present to the board today the last snapshot that the board had regarding some of these important milestones was 2019. And so we need to make this an annual event, which we will work to do. And just want to say, Oksana is an amazing leader in the research field. She has done a tremendous job. Just in the 4 months that I've been here, I've seen her remake, revamp, and implement a number of structures to improve our research modeling. So thank you so much, Oksana. And she's going to present an update on the Vision for Success goals that are required by the California Community College's Chancellor's Office.
Thank you. Good morning, Board of Trustees, colleagues, and guests. In this presentation, I'll be sharing an update on College of the Desert Vision for Success goals. Let's see, are they going to be displayed? No worries. Thank you. Let's see. Will my clicker work or not? Everything.
Oh, wait, let's see. There we go.
Thank you.
That should work.
Thank you. All right. As you know, Vision for Success, an initiative from the Chancellor's Office established in 2017, required that each college sets goals in 4 areas with a timeline to achieve them by 21-22. The 4 areas include completion of degrees, certificates, transfer, units accumulation, and workforce. The College of the Desert President, Academic Senate President, and the Board President approved the College of the Desert established goals. This Chancellor's Office decided the year for each benchmark. Therefore, our goals are compared to these benchmarks. The first goal of completion includes 3 areas: increase the number of all students who earned an associate degree, an approved credit certificate, and those who attain the vision goal of completion, which essentially means the number of students who earned 1 or more of the awards listed under Goal 1A and Goal 1B. The baseline year for this goal is 2016-17, and in all areas, the college aimed to increase the number of students by 20%. In this and all the following slides that include data charts, you will see the baseline illustrated with a gray interrupted line, the goal illustrated with a yellow interrupted line, and the actuals illustrated with a blue solid line. This slide shows that the college increased the number of students who earned an associate degree and had an enrollment in the selected year in the district. The baseline included 797 students, and the college surpassed the goal of 20%, or 956 students. This slide shows that the college increased the number of students who earned a credit certificate. The baseline included 125 students, and the college surpassed the goal of 150 students. The large increase in 21-22 was due to a change in admissions and records business process regarding the transfer studies certificate. Before spring 2022, admissions and records had been awarding general education for only those students who submitted a graduation application for general education. And then when guidance came from the UC in May 2022 regarding the IGETSI certification, admissions and records updated business processes to post general education completion for any student who applied for a degree that included either UC or CSU general education. The college also increased the number of students who attained the vision goal of completion by earning 1 or more of the awards and having enrollment in the selected year in the district. The baseline included 896 students, and the college surpassed the goal of 1,075 students. The second goal of transfer included increasing the number of students who earned an associate degree for transfer by 35% with the baseline year of 2016-17, and increased the number of students who transferred to CSU or UC by 35% with the baseline year of 2015-16. COD increased the number of students who earned an associate degree for transfer and had an enrollment in the selected year in the district. The baseline included 446 students, and the college surpassed the goal of 602 students. Likewise, the college increased the number of students who transferred to UC-CSU. These are the students who earned 12 or more units, exited the college, and enrolled in CSU or UC in the subsequent year. The baseline included 423 students, and the college surpassed the goal of 571 students.
Oksana, can we pause on that slide for just a moment? I think this one is particularly important from my point of view because remember that during the same time period, the college also lost some enrollment. So the numbers increased significantly even as we had fewer students who were enrolled. So, well, at least in the latter part of the chart. So I just want to make a note of that.
Okay. The third goal established by the college was to decrease the average number of units accumulated by all students who earned an associate degree for the first time in the selected year by 9%, with the baseline of 2016-17 year. Although the college decreased the number of average units from baseline of 90 to 82, the college is still working towards decreasing the units to achieve the goal of 79 average units. The last set of metrics are related to workforce and are to be increased by 7%. For this goal, the college aimed to increase the median annual earnings of all students, to increase the number of students who attain the living wage, and to increase the number of CTE students employed in a job closely related to their field of study. For goals 4A and 4B, the baseline year is 2015-16, and for goal 4C, the baseline is 2014-15. Among students who exited the college and did not transfer to any post-secondary institution, the median earnings following the academic year of exit increased. The baseline in 2015-16 was 27,771, and the college surpassed the goal of 7%, which was 28,850 median earnings. Among students who exited the college and did not transfer to any post-secondary institution, the proportion who attained the district county living wage immediately following the academic year of exit likewise increased. The baseline in 2015-16 was 46%, and the college surpassed the goal of 49% in 2019-20. Among career technical education students who responded to the Career Technical Education Outcomes Survey and who did not transfer to any post-secondary institution, the proportion who reported that they are working in a job very closely or closely related to their field of study increased from the baseline of 66% in 2014-15, but this proportion has not yet reached the goal of 74%. It is important to note that there are methodological limitations to the CTE outcome survey. The metrics are delayed by 2 years, and the metric is dependent on students responding to the survey. In the past 4 years, the response rates ranged from 19 to 22%, which can be considered low response rates. As you can see, data is not yet available for 2021, but both the Institutional Research Office and the Strong Workforce Steering Committee are monitoring the availability of this data. In summary, College of the Desert has exceeded the Chancellor's Office goals for the number of students who earned associate degrees, certificates, who attained the vision goal for completions, who earned associate degrees for transfer, and the number of students who transferred. The college continues to monitor and attend to goals of decreasing the number of units for associate degree earners and increasing the percent of CTE students employed in their field of study as data becomes available. Our next steps are to continue to monitor the goals, attend to progress or declines, and prepare for Vision 2030. The Board of Governors approved basic structure for Vision 2030, and we anticipate changes coming late spring, early summer. The college will be setting new institutional goals related to equity in success, equity in access, and equity in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Oksana. That's beautiful.
Oksana, can you come back to the podium in case some of the trustees have questions?
Yeah. That was a really wonderful report, Oksana, and it looks like really, really good, considering what we thought we might be getting. Are there any questions from the board on this?
I just want to say thank you.
Of course.
That was great to see, and I just want to thank everyone, because I know this is a collective effort. So
It is.
from our advertising to our instructors to our, executive cabinet to everyone, and just want to say thank you for that. It's really exciting to see, that kind of
It is.
progress. So thank you very much.
Of course.
Yeah, I want to
Any other?
echo Trustee Gonzalez's comments. Thank you, Oksana. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Val, for all your efforts, and as well as everybody responsible for all this great work. This is really impressive. Scott Cooper, shout out to you, man. That's amazing, despite the circumstances that we were in. Thank you so much to everybody.
Any other board members want to respond anyway? And Oksana, I want to thank you, and I want to thank our community for backing us with support for our students through the foundation and trying to help us locate all the faculty that helped us locate our students during the COVID and help to get them on task again, because that was a really difficult time. And to get results like this, I mean, this is really outstanding. I think this is just really great. So I really want to thank everybody that worked on this, and Oksana, that was a wonderful report. Gave us a lot of hope and a lot of positiveness to go forward with. Okay. And thank you, President Hope, for having that report brought to us. Then we have 16.03. October 2023 Capital Projects Report per resolution of 012122-3. This item is brought to the board as information only, but we do have representatives here from us. And if there are any questions, are there any questions from the board? I hope you've had an opportunity to look through this.
I think, Madam Chair, if I may, because I did review it. And one of the things that I found really interesting in looking at all the projects that have been completed and, the amount of funding that has been spent. So it looks like for, roughly $334 million, there was a lot of projects, completed. And, always I'm looking, how are we investing $500 million in one project when we were able to do all of this? So, just thank you for continuing those updates, and it's good for us to view and see, what can be done when you appropriate funding, where it should be. So that's my only comment.
Okay.
Thank you, Matt. Good job.
I would also like to only add, can, at some point, we get the time value of money, and so we have apples to apples. Because if you spent $300,000 10 years ago, what is that equivalent to in what we're spending in today's projects? And what is the true value of the funds that we've got earmarked for upcoming projects, so that we have a fair comparison?
Sure, absolutely. I can provide that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGinnis.
Okay, anyone else have anything? Okay, seeing nothing else. Thank you, Mr. McGinnis, and thank you, President Hope, for that. Now we're down to 17, which is information again, 17.14, CSEA MOU. This is public safety officer positions, full-time equivalent increase. This item is being brought to the board as information only. Are there any questions from the board? Seeing none. 17.02 CSEA MOU, new job description, job developer placement coordinator. This item is being brought to the board as information only. Are there any questions from the board? And again, seeing none, we'll go on. The next item is 18. This is information under instruction. 18, administrative procedure 4100, graduation requirements for degrees and certificates. This item is being brought to the board as information only. Are there any questions from the board on this? And 18.02, Administrative Procedure 4310, not for credit class offerings, proposed for deletion. This item is being brought to the board as information only. Are there any questions from the board? And next we have 18.03, Administrative Procedure 4400, Community Service Programs. This item is being brought to the board as information only. Are there any questions from the board? And that brings us to 19, which is our study session. We have 19.01. This is a study session. Is this the one we are supposed to do at 11:30?
Yes,
President
ma'am.
Hope? Oh, so we're right on schedule. Oh gosh, we did good. Okay, 19.01, study session. Jordan Schnitzer, Museum of Art at College of the Desert. At this time, I'd like to ask President Hope to help us introduce this item. Please proceed, President Hope.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to introduce Vice President Rod Garcia and Executive Director Kathy Abbott, our Foundation Director, to present this item on really an unprecedented and impressive legacy gift that is being proposed to College of the Desert.
Not on? Oh, goodness. He's on? Oh, okay, good. All right. Oh, well, once again, good morning, trustees. We have a presentation for you. This is a study session for the Jordan Schnitzer. This is the proposed study session for the Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art at College of the Desert. Where do I point to advance? There we go. So I'd like to begin by giving you just a little bit of background. Arlene Schnitzer was Jordan's mother. She was an Oregon philanthropist, and she joined the College of the Desert Foundation Board of Directors in 2014. She was deeply invested in the arts. I'm sure, Joel, that you knew her well, and education, nursing, and veterans at College of the Desert. She has established 2 endowments, which is visual arts and veterans. And before she resigned from the board, she gave approximately $687,000 in her total contributions to the college. Sadly, she passed at the age of 91 in 2020. So now I'd like to talk just a little bit about Jordan. His love of art came from his mother, Arlene. At the age of 14, imagine, he purchased his first piece of art from her gallery, the Fountain Gallery of Art in Portland. Today, his collection spans over 20,000 works of art, a lot which include Andy Warhol's and Roy Lichtenstein's. Of everything that Rod and I were able to see up in his warehouse in Oregon, this is probably the only 2 artists that I really knew. So since his mother's passing, though, Jordan continues his investment in College of the Desert. He has increased both the veterans and the visual arts endowments. He continues to support Stepping Out for COD, as well as the Great Alumni Hunt. So how we got here, in 2020, he spoke with Superintendent President Dr. Joel Kinnaman about developing a museum on the campus. Unfortunately, the pandemic paused the conversation. And post-pandemic discussions have resumed with myself and the COD Foundation, as well as our previous superintendent president. So these are some of the initial requests that Jordan has discussed with both myself and VP Garcia. He is requesting 25,000 square feet of space, which may be the equivalent of about 12 to 13 acres. Encompassed on the space would be a gallery, warehouse for storage, event space, artist residences, educational space, which could include classrooms and office space, possibly a kitchen, of course, parking, security and custodial. His desired location is on the golf course, which is the corner of San Pablo and Fred Waring. And Mr. Schnitzer has agreed to absorb all costs. He has also included that he would like to lease the land and include an annual investment. So the investment in the community. The museum is proposed free of charge to the community. Jordan has a motto, which is that art is for everyone. The museum will be centrally located, providing greater access to every area of the region of those who are interested in art. And he also has encouraged tours for our local K-12 school districts, and he would love to introduce art back into the curriculum. He believes also that this would be a great volunteer and docent opportunity for our College of the Desert students. He has also requested naming, so I put up a picture there of similar naming conventions as his other museums around the nation. College of the Desert would be the first community college in the nation that would have a Jordan Schnitzer Museum of Art. So, are there any questions? Is Jordan with us? Okay, I don't know if Jordan has anything that he would like to add to the conversation as well.
Can you introduce Mr. Schnitzer?
Oh, there he is. Hi, Jordan.
Good morning.
All right, so I just want to introduce you really quickly. This is Mr. Jordan Schnitzer, and Jordan is a very generous donor to the college. He's a philanthropist and real estate developer up in Portland, Oregon. So welcome, Jordan. Thank you for joining us.
Good.
Is there anything that you wanted to add to the conversation? I'm sorry.
Sure. So we can go to lots of places, but you know, my folks, I grew up coming to the desert from the time I was 1. And then in college years, we stopped coming. My father's older brother started buying condos and spending winter. And then, God, probably 26 or 7 years ago, I said to my folks around Christmas time, God, it's so wet in Portland. Why don't you get a warmer place? And eventually found a place at the Vintage. And they had a wonderful group of friends there and activities. And we're very involved in the Art Museum, College of the Desert, the International Film Festival, a number of things. And I started coming again with my 2 younger daughters who are now 26 and 24. And now I have an 8-year-old and 6.5-year-old. So I still am on the school schedule. So I spend maybe at most 30 days a year there, but we're major sponsors of a number of things there to continue that the family legacy. In terms of the art, as Catherine said, my mother, when I went to first grade, went to Portland Art Museum Art School, and 3 years later opened the first contemporary art gallery in Portland, in the Pacific Northwest. So I grew up with a working mother, like many of you and your mothers, and my father was starting our real estate business that I've worked in since I was 14. So my love of art starts off with art of our region, and even though I now have one of the largest collections in the country of the biggest artists, I always talk about the importance of supporting local artists, whether I'm in Omaha, New York, Jacksonville, Tampa, San Jose, Boise, wherever. So when my mother decided to sort of retire and spend more time with my father, she turned the gallery over to an assistant. It still continues as the Russo Lee Gallery. while I wanted to stay committed to buying art of our region, I started buying prints and multiples because I love that medium. I love all mediums, and the ability to buy a significant amount of works on paper. They're more affordable, and I basically started developing a teaching collection, and that's sort of gotten sort of on steroids, and we've now had 180 exhibitions at 120 museums. I have 11 people work full-time. We operate out of a 56,000 warehouse in Portland that's climate controlled and spectacular warehouse. And we do these exhibitions all over the country. We acquire about 1,000 things a year. And we do all these exhibitions for free around the country. And then we fund symposiums on Black Lives Matter issues, Native issues, you name the theme. Our work spans every ethnic, gender, racial, and political arena. While there's no one in the world that gets as much excitement by experiencing the art as me, the joy I get from sharing the art exceeds the personal enjoyment of having art around me. So in the desert, I thought for a long time about where to put, because I figure I'll probably have a few more university museums. I'm working with the University of Arizona now. We have one at University of Oregon, where I am right now. We have an opening of a show called Strange Weather that has Kinda Wiley, Allison Sarb, Micheline Thomas, Roy Lichtenstein, a number of big artists. Opening tonight, it's the 5th venue. And obviously, there's my alma mater, so we do a lot down here. But the collection is, there's about a third of it I own personally, about 20% that's in the company, and the rest is in the George Family Foundation. The collection is protected forever estate-wise, and I've never sold any art. I'm lucky I keep working pretty hard at the day job to pay the bills. And we have a couple shopping centers in the desert there, the 111 Town Center where Whole Foods is, and the where the Plaza La Quinta on the corner of Washington 11. But I have real estate offices in Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Sacramento, Las Vegas, San Diego, Tucson, Phoenix. And there are 300 fabulous people I report to every day. And luckily, our business continues to do well, although I always run scared like any business person about all the unforeseen things that can happen. So the reason for the desert is, well, I've had a couple of major exhibitions at the Palm Springs Art Museum, and it sort of had its ups and downs. When we did the Warhol exhibition there, I partnered with Frank Jones of Palm Springs Life. And we worked with all the school districts and brought in 1,400 grade school students. And I hired artists from the La Quinta Artisans group, and we gave Saturday classes, and the kids came in and made little mini Warhols and free admission to the museum for their families and so forth. And that was very, very satisfying. So also in terms of kids, I'm a major funder of the fashion show, and my night is the night that features the Fashion Institute grads from LA, and we bring in 150 to 180 high school kids from the various high schools. They tend to be from the less affluent high schools, and we have them meet with the designers and the models and learn about careers in fashion. So the point of this is that the reason I like museums on university campuses, and we like doing things for kids, is in terms of the university campuses, it's the last time you have young people in a relatively contained environment. And there are too many young people in the Coachella Valley and in every other city and valley across this country that think that art and art museums are for some elitist few. So the idea of putting art at a campus as our first audience is to help them realize that it's pretty wonderful to go to places where there's art, culture, history, and so forth. Second of all, the Coachella Valley, I think, is unique nationally. While there are other areas that have a working population and then a lot of snowbirds, the valley, without going into all my reasoning for it, is fairly unique. In other words, Scottsdale is amazing, but you're in a city of 4 million people. The whole Coachella Valley has amazing attributes and will continue to be a favorite place. So I think the idea of having another art facility in the valley that is sort of equidistant from Palm Springs and Indio is a logical geographic location. Second of all, the school districts there, the 3 superintendents are really great to work with. I think we can have a lot of funding buses and things, bringing kids in all the time. As Catherine said, I think aligning this with the College of the Desert to have we can develop some internship programs and curatorial programs, but also hire a bunch of the young people to be at a desk and be there for security and be there for events and so forth. The reason why I need a bigger site is I think it makes sense to do artist in residence, to maybe build 2 houses where we bring in an artist. It's pretty neat to bring in artists from back east when the weather is pretty crappy in the winter, and in the fall and winter in the desert, it's fabulous. That adds a certain cachet to bring an artist in to do work for 30-day, 2 weeks or 30 days. Next, the wonderful thing about the valley, Coachella Valley, is you've got all the way from the most sophisticated snowbirds all the way down to a population that has varying degrees of art sophistication. And with you having 75% of your students or 80% being first-time college graduates or attending college, we can serve the whole spectrum. And I think it can play a major role culturally in the valley. The last point I'll make, and I'll answer any questions, is I think this would also, my parents, their friends, my friends in the valley have always been, look, all of us realize how lucky we are and the difference education makes in our lives. And the College of the Desert serves a huge, huge role of helping take those young people who often don't come from backgrounds where there's been a lot of education and giving them a chance to move up in the socioeconomic trajectory. That warms the heart, and that's why I think you get such broad support, and you've always had excellent development directors like Catherine is. But I think this museum, with the exhibitions would have, which were nationally significant, would really help put College of the Desert on the map in ways that it is not known now across the country. Any questions?
I think, Mr. Schnitzer, we are all overwhelmed by your generosity and just really want to thank you for your exceptionally generous offer to us and for your explanation of why you've
Catherine,
chosen
for this presentation. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I really think this would be a great opportunity for not just our college, but also for our community and all the children in our community and our future generations. But it's something we will be considering. And I want to thank you, Mr. Schnitzer, for your time and for this very generous offer. And we will be discussing it further at another meeting. So thank you so much for this presentation.
Okay, let me just suggest this is the beginning stages. As to how realistic this is, I'm not sure yet. But I wanted to first start off to really see if there was a commitment from the College of the Desert to let us, get a significant piece of land there. And if so, there's some architects in LA I want to work with Coolpot and other feasibility studies and so forth. But I think this is the first step. I think this would be amazing, amazing for the community and for the College of the Desert in particular. So thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Okay. Have a good evening. Bye now.
Thank you.
Actually, I have a question, if I may, Madam Chair and President Hope.
Sure.
It's actually more towards our staff on campus, either our executive cabinet. What is the overhead cost, or how much profit are we getting from the golf driving range?
It's a really great question. And, as we started to do initial conversations about the change in use of that property to fulfill Mr. Schnitzer's gift, we started looking, and Vice President Garcia and I took a look at some of the financials associated with the driving range. And I'd like to ask Vice President Garcia to give you more detail on that.
Yes, so off the top of my head, I don't have the exact numbers, but we do not make a profit at the driving range. So basically, we have it mainly just to support the community. The community likes to use the driving range because it's probably one of the cheaper ones in the valley. but we do not make a profit, unfortunately. But if you like, I could get you the actual financials.
And I think Vice President Garcia is being very neutral. We lose money on the driving range. We not only not make a profit, we lose money on that enterprise. And I think one of the reasons this is an important opportunity for the board is because it really does call into question what our mission is, right? And our mission is educational. And as convenient as the driving range is, and I know that the community loves and supports it, I think it is incumbent upon us to evaluate other opportunities if it can advance education.
Yes, and I just want to, thank Mr. Schnitzer for this, wonderful presentation, and just know that you do have allies that are, as well. I love art. I'm a big, fan of visual and performing arts. I think it creates a whole different space for students of all ages to be successful in other areas. And, we all know that art is a great release for a lot of people, not only to exhibit their creativity, but, sometimes it's a way to heal. And so I'm excited for this and, to see what the possibilities are. And I want to thank the foundation as well, because I'm sure you had a big role in attracting someone like Mr. Schnitzer. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add, outside of the significant investment that this would be by Mr. Schitzner, it's the fact that he's willing as well to staff it and pay for the ongoing cost is enormous. Because there's a lot of investments that are given to the colleges that later were looked upon to maintain throughout the year. So the fact that he's willing to do that as well it's another plus for the project.
Put his money where his mouth is, right?
Let me
That's a
say-
great concept. I wish we had more of that across the valley.
Let me suggest this to you. And look, I'm plenty scared about this too. This is probably a $25 million project, and it'll take a couple of years to work through. So we got to take it step by step. But this also would give you, from a fundraising standpoint, it would attract a number of people that right now you're not reaching out to, and they're not reaching out to you. The art that we have is, I was just named one of the top 200 collectors in the world. And the art that we have, first, we've done more exhibitions of artists, of women artists than any in the country. More art, more artists of color, more Latina artists, plus lots of white guys and gal artists too. I say that not that I'm comparing my art activities to MoMA and LACMA and San Francisco. All those giant museums. It's just that we are an education-focused collection. Our job is to get the work out of the warehouse, onto the walls, so these amazing artistic geniuses can speak to audiences, young and old. And I'm proud of what we do. No one does as many exhibitions like this. And I think when you look at the demographics of your students and the whole population there are important things that these artists, especially the artists of color that are the most important ones working today, the way they tackle issues of society. What I say about artists is they're always chroniclers of our time. They're dealing with the issues that we have to face. And this, one of the commissioners the trustees just said, they're able to do it in a non-confrontational way that then sparks conversation. And certainly in terms of the teachers at the College of the Desert, they can use the collection. We can also talk with them about courses they want to teach, and then tailor exhibitions of art that relates to what they want to teach. So it's a way of sort of seducing the kids into seeing art and yet having educational purpose of discussions about Hispanic, Black, women issues. You name the theme. These artists are doing that kind of work. So I think back to the point about development, this could help you get a whole number of people in for these the Desert X. I think would be a major point of art and have sculpture on the grounds for Desert X, which gets a couple 100,000 people. And right now, those people don't know about College of the Desert. They don't come to College of the Desert. And this is like building a giant mousetrap for the development folks. So anyway.
Okay. Any more comments from the board? I want to thank you again, Mr.
Exciting.
Schnitzer and Kathy, for bringing him forward. And I think this is exciting. I think we're going to have a lot of discussions about this in the future. So
Thanks so much.
hopefully we'll see you again soon.
Okay. Have a good day.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to move into public comment. This is the time when requests to address the Board of Trustees regarding matters not on the agenda are allowed. So remote public participation is allowed and will be accepted in person by email to otp@collegeofthedesert.edu during the meeting and submitted for the record, or by using the raise your hand function by joining the Zoom link pursuant to District Administrative Procedure 2345. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 3 minutes per topic. 15 minutes shall be the maximum time allotment for public speakers on any one subject, regardless of the number of speakers at any one board meeting. At the discretion of a majority of the board, these limits may be extended. All comments must be submitted or brought forward prior to the end of the public comment section. As an additional note, this item is intended for members of the public who wish to speak regarding matters not related to the agenda. And Armando, or are there
Yes,
any public comments?
Yes,
that I
Trustee
received?
Stefan, we
Okay.
have 2 public comments in person. The first one is from Andrea Valle.
Okay. So Andrea, would you please move to the microphone since you're there in person? Thank you.
Hello, I wish I had to come here with better circumstances, but it is finally nice to put faces to the names that I've been seeing a lot of. Let me just open up my note here, sorry. Hello, my name is Andrea Valle. I've had the privilege of attending this institution from a young age of only 16 through concurrent enrollment starting in 2015 through 2019. And after a very tumultuous health crisis forced me into a 3-year hiatus, I felt I was finally ready to start a new chapter. Finish my psychology degree, I only have 6 classes left. And begin a new era in my life despite my health struggles. You see, I have a condition called postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome that greatly affects my quality of life and the way that I'm able to perform both as a human and as a student. It was with previous knowledge to this condition that Professor Edwin Reed at your institution felt fit not only to berate me in front of a room of my peers, but provoke an elopement episode in response to me telling him I could not safely participate in an in-class activity as I did not have my mobility age would enable me to complete the task in a way that did not cause a cardiac symptom flare. Sorry, I'm having one right now. He chose not to let me reschedule in that moment or offer different accommodations, and instead approached me directly in class and chased me out of a room after I had expressed I did not feel safe speaking to him in that moment. I have since gone through the appropriate channels to report this encounter and have been dropped from the course without proper notice that it was done or guidance with how to deal with the aftermath. Throughout this endeavor, my one question has been, but what about my class? How do I continue from here? I deserve an education. It was going through these channels that I had a very unfortunate meeting with Dean Papas where I felt more like I was on trial and being punished like an unruly child for my word choice rather than the flagrant victim of discrimination from a professor under his jurisdiction. That said, not all of my debacle in this has been this disheartening. I found great comfort in the staff members that have helped me through this endeavor and rallied behind me, and would love to thank them for their efforts, because without them, I'm not sure I'd be able to be here before you today, as a human being or as a student. This has impacted me very, very greatly. I'm choosing to bring this to your attention as to prevent anyone else from being blatantly discriminated against in the same manner. I deserve an education just as much as any able-bodied student, and the fact that I've been denied that is simply cruel and unusual. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming forward and addressing us. And we'll have to look into what's been done on this, okay? So thank you for coming and addressing us, okay? We cannot respond further at this time. And is there anything else for
Yes, we have another public comment from Dr. Alejandro Hassan.
Greetings, trustees, President Hope, members of the Executive Cabinet. I would like to have this opportunity to introduce our theater faculty member, Professor Janet Miller. As the interim dean of social sciences and arts, I am truly amazed to see the dedication, the commitment, and the talent that is demonstrated by our art faculty members. They truly are consummate professionals, bringing and providing top-notch quality art programs to our students and our community. I would like to yield the floor to Professor Miller, who would like to discuss about our upcoming fall production, Peter and the Starcatcher.
Hello. It's just a little commercial, a little invite, show and tell. Peter and the Starcatcher coming up November 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19. And our students, I don't know if you know, they work 8 weeks to put on a show. And some of the students have never even been on stage before. So it's truly remarkable. They work from 6 to 9:50 every night, 4 nights a week. And we are just so proud of them. This is a play with music, and it's sort of tells a story. It's a precursor of Peter Pan. So it's based on the youth books. And the students are surprising me every night, and we're having such a good time, and they're so funny, and they're so great, and they really have created a beautiful community, and that's what theater does. It creates community. And I really hope that you can come and check it out. We'd love to have you. Thank you.
And thank you for the invitation. And hopefully some of us will have the opportunity to attend. Next, are there any other public comments?
No, Trustee Stefan, there's no more public comments.
Thank you. And that brings us to future agenda items. So student trustee Zarko, do you have any future agenda items?
Not at this time.
Okay. Trustee Oden?
Not at this time.
Okay. Trustee Kinnaman?
I just have one item, Madam Chair. If we get a session where we can review any bottlenecks or scheduling practices that is extending the time to completion for our students, I'd be interested in understanding if there's some things that we could be helpful in making sure time to completion continues to be as short of a time as possible.
Okay. And what's one of the items in that report? Time to completion. Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Trustee Perez?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Gonzalez?
No, I think we still have some pending, right? Maybe if we could just get an ongoing list so we know. So
I think,
yeah.
An
I think at
updated
this time
list.
I'm good.
Okay. Okay. And I don't have anything to add at this time. Okay, it is 12:01, and what we're going to do is we are going to recess to close session. Let's plan to reconvene at 12:15. Okay. So we are now in recess to close session, and we will be coming back here after closed session to report out and then to adjourn the meeting. So the live feed of this meeting will continue. Thank you.
Are we ready? Yes. Okay, it looks like we're ready. Trustee Stefan?
I'm ready. Do we have 3 people here at least?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to reconvene to open session. It is 1:40, and there is nothing to report out. Before we adjourn, the college and community lost someone recently, and I'd like to give Trustee Oden an opportunity to speak on how Suzanne Summers was a friend to the college and the entire valley.
Madam Chair, I'm going to do that for Trustee Oden, and just want to make sure that we close our meeting in recognition of longtime resident Suzanne Summers, who provided instruments and support to the college in the early 90s when the college had a theft that greatly impacted the music department. She was a big supporter in the community as well as of the college. And I know that her loss is going to be is going to be significant for many of the people in the community.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for giving us that information. And I want to ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence to remember Suzanne Summers. Okay, I want to thank you, all of you. I will now adjourn the regular meeting of the Desert Community College District Board of Trustees at 1:42 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bonnie. Feel better.
Recording stopped. I'm gonna
Go get some rest. Some chicken soup.
go. Bye. Hope nobody else gets sick. This is awful.